Hey, 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 I am so sorry for being late. I just, man, have I got a headache. I was walking Maha and I know, I'm talking about you, big boy. Ugh. Anyway, I was walking Maha and pretty normal walk. As I was walking, I was listening to a video and then I got back. I wanted to finish the video, so I made some food. I finished the video before I finished the food, so I started watching another video, which was an interesting video, but it was very long, and I kind of got distracted and started watching all of it. I am going to skip figure drawing today, and instead we're going to play a game, right? Let's see if can I do this? Okay, I want to play a game called Pick Apart, right? Instead of doing figure drawing, we're gonna play a game called Pick Apart. And what that means is the chat is going to pick a body part, right? Pick an anatomy part. And I'm going to start an illustration, not an illustration, like a sketch thing from do like an entire human form from that single part. That single part is going to be the focus, and it's going to be a challenge. Hopefully, it'll be fun. And I'm gonna try to clip it, and we're gonna make a short out of it or something. So I think that's a lot more fun, I guess, than doing another hour of anatomy, especially when I have a headache. And I think it's fun, interesting content. Pelvis, cool. So the first body part we're going to do is the pelvis. I'm gonna try to not erase as much as possible, right? But you know, for the sake of whatever, I might use guidelines and stuff. So I'm gonna lower the opacity a bit, and then we'll come back and increase it a little bit more. All right, so pelvis. We're gonna see if this works. Of course, I'm only going to clip the ones that come out nice, but I like. So we have the pelvis, if we have an idea for it. This is very, very hard to see, huh? Okay. I should draw better. Or bigger, I guess. So if we want the pelvis to be the main focus, there's a lot of things we could do. Can you change your pick? I guess, yeah, sure, you can change your pick. Oh, wait, what? Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and we'll probably do a couple of these, so it's not that big of a deal. This way I can talk more with people and I can do other things with stuff. So the pelvis, right? We're going to have line, I think I want the focus to be on the hip, right? And so we can do the abdominal muscles there, and then we can have the other hip as like this comes down and this goes over. You have the other hip there. And so what I'm thinking about is how can I stretch this as much as possible, right? How can I make this the focus? So we need to move the spine. So we have the hips here. I want the obliques to connect down into here and the glutes, but I want to move the legs out of the way, at least on this side. So I want the muscles for the legs to come down. Yeah. And that can be where the knee is. So then we're going to have the glutes, something like that. And this is where it's going to connect with the shin. Bulge for where the kneecap is, right? Come down the shin. Then Then we're gonna have, this is where the ankles are going to be for the most part. And then the heel. So we'll move the ankles over here instead. And then, thinking about it, the foot can turn around like this. So the glutes are going to have a lot of dark space and area there. And then you can put toes and stuff. And then some ridge lines for the ball of the foot. This is going to be sketchy as hell. And then maybe I want the rib cage to instead roll around, because this way I can have the shoulder come here and have some fat lines or fat deposits on top of there. And I want the rib cage to be like this. There's going to be a really big twist and fold there. Shoulder comes down, like this. Bicep. Maybe we want to have the forearm. Gotta check those toes, absolutely. Thinking about a bowl shape at this point, so I'm assuming that's back when I'm thinking about the pelvis and stuff. You can definitely think about like a bowl shape, right? When I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking of it mostly like peaks and valleys, right? So we have the peaks for the ribs, or the pelvis. This is someone that's going to be fairly like lithe or whatever, right? So they're gonna have like this coming in, and then they have a mound for the lower abdominal muscles. It usually ends up in some pubic area. And whether you're a male or female, you're still gonna have this like bulge and fat and tissue and stuff. And so you tend to have like muscle shapes there, and then stops connecting around this zone, right? And so I'm thinking more of like this 1, 2, 3 peak, and kind of trying to build this area in the middle here. It's like something is that. So if you want someone with a really big thigh gap, that's someone who's going to be very thin, is going to have those kinds of muscles like that. Cool. Then I want sort of like inverse. I want this leg to be coming up way up here. So I want maybe more of the thighs. I know I said I was going to erase quite a little bit only, but I want the thighs to spill out over the calves because I want them to not look like they are breaking their leg to do this pose. Well, they probably are. So what I'm doing here is I'm shifting the plane of the shin, right? So I want the foot to twist around, but I want this boxy plane of the thigh. If I'm going, the knee can't rotate, right? So the shin plane has to be the same plane, right, as this one. So I'm keeping the perspective in mind as I'm doing that. And so I'm making this more flat, making sure that the calf is spilling out more, and that the part that's rotating is the ankle, more or less. And here I'm doing the opposite. I'm taking the knee pretty far out, right? Muscles and junk that's coming off the knee. We're kind of looking up in this direction, more or less. So I want to build out this anatomy. And we're keeping things really loose. This is my first one of the day, so we're going to not worry too much about having everything be exact or what have you. This Bizarro Art Challenge, the pelvis is your point of reference for the entire drawing. Yes, exactly. And so I'm going to get out of that by just being as like crazy as I can with the limbs. And I want the pelvis to be the focus. So I want to add the most detail here. And I want to make sure that every other part of the body still kind of exists. And I want to like keep twisting this more and more to the right here. So I can have the pectorals more like this. So I can really like bring a lot of stretch into this area here. Thinking about how the muscles form around the arms, right? Start for the big taper and then come down, big taper, then come down. We're going to end up in a more square shape for the hands. So we have our pelvis separation, which we have to TOS. Trying to maintain the width of this thigh. I'm going to try to maintain it over here best as I can, right? So I'm thinking of the cylinder starting here, and I'm drawing out and connecting to these muscles, right? Because the bottom of the thigh has this kind of like shape like this, where the back of it tends to be a bit more flat than the top. The top is very much more rounder. So you end up having a lot of these like forms down the side, and especially here is where you're going to have a lot of those things, but I've put the calf in the way of that, and that's okay. So we can think of the knee as this like lopsided shape, right? This isn't an exact cess of the knee. It's more just kind of like the knees are going to be more towards the side that they are the inside, right? So if this is a person's knee, right? The legs are going to be like this sort of a deal, right? And that's just the way that the calf works, because the muscles come down the side, but the bones come straight down and straight down. But the muscles are kind of lopsided on the outside. Like that. Let me read this big comment. How can you make the pelvis the focal point? I guess I asked because I want someone to see the drawing and go instantly, oh, the pelvis is the star of the drawing. How are you maintaining the balance between coming with a wild expression point without overshadowing the star of the show? That's what I'm going to figure out right here, right? So I'm coming up with this like insane perspective, and like obviously I want the head to be something like here, right? And so I'm thinking maybe I'm starting to like come up with like lines and stuff that are going to, draw back towards the pelvis, right? So here I've got a lot of lines and curves and creases and stuff. So definitely adding more detail to the section that I want to be the focal point is going to be it. So I'll focus on that a little bit more as I get closer to like everything is getting kind of rendered. I'm thinking this heel needs to now go into the background. Even though I've decided that it was good, what's happened was that it's kind of just overtaken as putting the leg in front of the shin and the foot in front of the thighs. I'm gonna have to censor that, aren't I? Right? So that doesn't work because that goes more like here. There we go. Do the hand, just real quick, put in some gestures for it. I want to go underneath, right? Because the hand is connected to the arm and all the tendons and stuff go over it. So when I'm thinking about adding the hand to the arm, I'm thinking about attaching the box to like the bottom half, more or less, right? So that I can have space for the tendons. And this works too if you look at the hand from the side. If you look at the arm from the side, just pick up your arm and look at it and put your hand perfectly flat. You're gonna see that there's like a down plateau, down out, and there's like this kind of pinches together, and then the thumb comes out like this. So your hand has this kind of shape to it because it's more attached to the top of the wrist. And this is if you're just holding it flat, right? So that's why I'm thinking about that one. Knuckles come here, right? Two, three. This is the first one. Just putting something in that's quick. So we can think about what would make this more make sense in the context of why are they in this fucking pose to begin with? I'm thinking maybe we can have them on the ground like this. And this is like a yoga mat, right? So what would the perspective need to be for this? Something like this? So maybe they're doing some Pilates or something, right? So this is the part where they're like stretching and moving up and out and all that stuff. And so we have this cylinder of an arm that's coming straight out, right? We can have like this, the bicep and the muscles come in, and we're gonna have the elbow on the bottom, which means that it'll look more like that, sort of. And then if we have the elbow on the bottom, we're gonna have this arm come up straight like this. That's probably going to be past what we're seeing. So we're gonna have muscles like this, and then this arm is going to connect more straight down, but not into that muscle. This feels right. We're going mostly off of vibes here. So I'm trying to keep in mind perspective and all that stuff in the back of my mind. But I'm also thinking about what would this look like? And I'm also trying to keep in mind that this is not going to be the focus. So I want to make sure this is kind of a little bit messier in the sense that I want to make sure that this is going to imply a hand, but people won't look at it more than once, I guess. This angle, I've never seen you go this hard before. This is warm-up time, right? So we're doing this best we can. I want to make sure we have the belly button kind of in this angle. Remember the belly button is this like oval shape, right? So when we look at it from the bottom, we're going to have this, and then this is going to cover it. If we look at it from the top, we're going to have this space, right? So it's going to be more covered up from the top. And so we're going to see like this donut shape, donut hole shape. That's the idea anyway. I want to make sure that I'm grabbing as many chances as I can to like twist and rotate. And I'm trying to see the chin here. Right, jawline, ear. I do still want this to look like we're going this way. So I want the eyes. Something like that. You're gonna have the chin in front, which is gonna make them look really old. So maybe I'll change this up a little bit later, but I'm not sure. I've gone fully from like, I'm gonna try not to erase to like erasing a lot all the time, so. Sure. I'm thinking of the hair as like this round stuff. Seriously though, it's incredible to see your full potential when it comes to these creative, fun, wacky poses. I really like thinking through the perspective and everything of this, right? I think it's a lot of fun to do this kind of stuff, especially for like a game sense, right? No stakes, nothing super important. I think it can be really helpful. This is the power of like doing your figures, thinking about stuff in perspective, thinking about the forms of objects, how stuff rotates in perspective. Probably more like this, maybe. In this rib cage. So let's go back to making the pelvis. Now that I have everything in place, I have more of context of like, what the hell is even going on? Don't get me wrong, I still don't quite know what's going on, but I really like all the forms and the masses that I'm doing. So I want to really emphasize the forms of the pelvis and the things that are connected to the pelvis. So that means we're gonna do a lot of like work on the glute, right? Gluteus maximus is going to connect more or less around the back of the pelvis and then connects down to the pelvis here. So it ends up making this sort of like, almost like line sort of a deal as it connects around, because it's connected up here and then it comes down and connects down here, right? So we get this fold from the muscles of the leg coming up and over it, right? Now, is this anatomically correct? Probably not. This genuinely sounds like a brain rot phrase. Do more of this would make you stand out by a mile. I'm hoping. We're gonna find out. You're gonna find out. Because this is like, you want to draw like Kim Jong-gi? You want to be like Kim Jong-gi? This is how you get there, right? I'm still starting, right? I'm working on getting there. I want to make these incredible, unforgettable dynamic poses. And so it all starts with drawing from memory, practicing your figures, doing all your forms, right? This is how it's going to work out. Anyone can get here. Anyone can get to this point. Don't have to be talented, special, or gifted. Look at me. I'm dumb and I'm not particularly talented, right? I put in a lot of effort and I put in a lot of work. So this thigh is definitely a bit big. So let's just reduce it a little bit. It's going to give us a little bit more space to work with as far as like the pelvis goes. And this is normally where you'd have the pinaz, right? You'd have that back there, but we're thinking about the perspective of the box of it going across. So this is where the glutes on the back side is going to be. But of course, we're curving it around. We're going to remove anything that's not like a detail in the area. So we want to make this super clarity of focus. All this junk up here in the chest, that's too many lines. Too many lines. All we need is like the 2 lines that are going to signify that the shoulder's coming up and pinching. And then the pectoralis is coming up into the shoulder muscles, the deltoid group. That's all we need from that. This delt muscle in the back here, right? That's all we need, is that kind of shape. His wrist is a bit small, so I'm just making it bigger. Yep, 2 spots in the goal list. I don't know. I'm not doing it for all that. I'm not doing it for the bitches and the money. I'm doing it for the love of the game. So I want to make sure that this is kind of going like that. We want to give some indication to what part of the muscle this is. You might actually, never mind. I might be going at this from the wrong angle. You'll probably see the bicep connect there and then this muscle come down here, in which case we would connect here because we have, yeah, like that. Also the objectively best list. Cool. Cool. Again, that's not the focus, so I'm just going to give it enough detail so that it looks like it exists. Same thing with the face and the mouth and the eyes and everything. Don't actually care too much about a ton of this detail. The less detail is going to be better here because it's going to supposedly be on the peripheral. All right, let's get rid of this line down the middle. I'm changing my mind about all the details that I'm adding here to this muscle group. Also want that to stick out a little bit more. Gonna have a little bit of the latissimus pop through here. Just a little bit, because we do want the obliques to be the major thing. So this is actually where the serratus would go. The rib cage is sticking out a little bit because of the necessitation of, what's it called? the angle is forcing the rib cage to stick out a little bit more. But realistically, around, I think here is where you start to have the serratus muscles, but I don't think this person is going to be quite muscly enough to have that kind of stick out. So we're just not going to worry about it. Additionally, I want the curves to go this way because I want the abdominal muscles to be sticking out. And I want some of the sternum to be visible here for the pectorals muscles. Okay. More carving stuff out. And I'm probably working this a bit too much. Yeah. Just go back in and highlight the form for the pelvis. So here, the pelvis is the center, right? It is the most like saturated in like the lines are the darkest around the pelvis. And this is why I'm building my case for it being the center. It is also the center of motion and movement. We follow from all of this, we have this like thick wall of like limbs and lines and everything. And it kind of like blocks us around. It takes us around, right? So we come in through the bottom. We have this big old catch place. And so the main focus here is the pelvis because it has the most dark lines, it has the most saturation, it has the most like surrounding values and stuff like that. This is how I'm presenting this as the important part, I guess, of the anatomy, is the one that it is the most surrounded by value. So it has the highest contrast to its surrounding area. It's the most in focus, right? Oops. And hip muscles are on display. It has the most like curves and bends and folds. Oops. It's also the center of like everything. There's a twist in the pelvis. So the pelvis is twisting in this direction, where the rib cage is twisting sort of in like this direction, right? We have all things that like sprout up and out. And so that moves away from it. So it pulls you up and out through here and down to here to the foot again, back down. And you can enter this from any angle. You can see the foot brings you to the pelvis, right? With like this interactive change. Add a little bit of detail here to add some change in the value. I don't want people to stand on this arm because I did not a good job with the hand, but that's also kind of the point, was to have that be less interesting, less appealing, and just kind of center on this. Cool. Nice. Pick apart one. I'm gonna, how long is that? That was 30 minutes. So I can probably pick through that after I am done through here. Okay. Marker. Pick apart one. All right, let's do another one. Let's do another one. Another body part, right? Any body part at all. Anatomy part, whatever, right? It's a fun game to play, right? Because even when you make stuff up, you can tell quite easily what you do and don't know. The pit of the armpit, like the deepest pit. Okay, let's give that a shot. The armpit. So when we think about the armpit, we're thinking of where we have a couple of muscles lying over it. The shoulder muscle connects to the collarbone, gets pinched up like this, We also have the pectoralis muscles, connects to the collarbone here, more or less. And then as it starts to connect to the rib cage, it comes up and it connects to underneath the shoulder muscle, right? And then we have, this is more or less where the joints are. So the bone, which is, I forget the name of the bone, right? But it goes up. And as this bone goes up, the plates and the spatula, I forget what the name of it is called, the muscles and whatever, all the like the shoulder blade, right, comes out like a wing. You can think of it as like a wing, right? And we have our bicep muscle that connects here. And we also have our fucking delts that connects there as well. Right? And so you get this kind of like division coming through here. But more importantly, you have the latissimus dorsi coming out underneath. And additionally, you have shoulder and the back of the shoulder coming out there. Right? So you have all these muscle groups kind of sitting on top of each other. And we're going to have to clean this up a whole bunch later. But this is how you have this like folding overlapping shape where you have this line goes into this line, goes into this line, right? And so you have this like pit-ish shape of muscles kind of going over each other. And I think around here is where the serratus muscles start to come out. I might be wrong. Let's see. No, yeah. This is just going to come down a little bit. Latissimus comes out a little bit more. Because this pulls out, you have way more. And that connects into the lower back. And we have the obliques right here-ish, more or less. And then this connects down into the abdominals. The last serratus muscle, and then that builds into the obliques. And so we can have the hips over on that end again. So let's define this a little bit more. Because from here we have the hips. The glutes are going to be down here. And as we get to the end of the elbow, we're going to see that the, what's it called? I forget if it's the radius or the ulna. I think it's the radius that comes out and makes this bone point. As it does, depending on where the ulna is, doesn't super affect the shape of the top, but it does affect the shape of where you have your, what's it called? Hand and everything. So if I want more of like, ba 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 ba. This looks awful right now from my perspective. And I think it's because of the obliques. The obliques aren't conforming into the perspective that I want. We're going to erase them. We're going to try again. Also, these pectorals aren't doing what I want them to. And the serratus can all stay there, but we got to work on the muscles for the abdominals a little bit more. The head is usually somewhere around here, about this big, the shoulder, and then we have the secondary shoulder muscle underneath. That means that the collarbone's going to be around here. You're fine. I was the one that decided to pick this. like this. There's an easier way to do this for sure. So always know that I am the cause of my own suffering. And no one is ever at fault but myself. Because I really want this to like go downwards. Like I want some crazy forced perspective. For point of view, I want this to be where the pelvis is. And now I continue down. Thighs, abdominals, pectoralis, all that stuff, right? Is this gonna work? No, it's not gonna work. Put the hand there, it's fine. So there should definitely be a little bit more oomph in the back. Pectoralis again coming up and connecting to there. Latissimus dorsi coming up underneath. Would you recommend the Force Gesture Drawing book? I don't know what that one is. Quite frankly, I'm not sure. Let's simplify some muscle groups. Is that something I should know? Force figure drawing. Do you recommend the Force figure drawing book? See, I don't know if there's a book. No. Forced figure. I meant like forced perspective, right? Honestly, I could probably push this even more than I am now. Wouldn't even be able to see it. Not gonna worry about it. I just really like the forced perspective. That's just kind of like a personal thing. I think it's more interesting and more dynamic. Have the obliques come out like this. So I should probably look up reference at this point because I am kind of making stuff up, which is fine. But it'd be a lot cooler. I wasn't making stuff up, right? Ideally, we want a believable anatomy. And we can get a believable anatomy just by following all the muscle groups and everything. There you go, that's a little bit nicer. That makes a little bit more sense. This entire area is just kind of a mess. We're gonna keep around. This is the bottom of the rib cage. Sticking through, so that means the obliques somewhere around here, connecting to it. Means the glutes are on here. Cool. So we can think about the parts of the body in response, right? The knee has to be following this cylinder down around here. Like that. And then we're going to have following this cylinder down in the same perspective. That's going to be the shins and the calf. Or at least that's going to be the shin bone right there. Oh my god, that's a stinky puppy. Oh boy, that's a stinky dog. Ankle. Heels. Foot. And so we're going to put our big toe here on the inside. Don't need all this extra. So we have this, all these lines that are going to help give overlap and depth and stuff, right? I want this to arch more in. So he's a bit booty foot, bit full of booty. It's a little bit nicer. clean this up a little bit. We could maybe make his arm come out down here. And so that kind of really he's just a baby. He's just a stinky little baby. This one's a little bit less of a correct focus on Hey, welcome Turtle, how's it going? It's good to hear. I'm making him, I think I've made the entirety of the back still way too big. Yes, I have not made this section large enough. I'm trying to make this the focus. This needs to be much larger. It looks so very silly. No, I'm not yet. We're not there yet. I have made this section. I'm trying to make the focus the armpit, right? So right now his hand is way too small down there. So to make that hand look like it's in proper perspective, I need to make all of this a little bit bigger and a little bit more fisheye. And to do that, I need to distort it a little bit more. Like this. Cool. It's a really messy sketch. If I was better with my anatomy and my perspective, it wouldn't be as messy. But armpit's one of those things I don't really know quite well, I'll be honest. What is it? No, it's like this. Yeah. Okay, let's look at this from far away. I could probably just like make this a little teensy bit bigger. And I'm just gonna cheat and use this a little bit. A little bit of cheating, never hurt anybody. Nice, 15%. Oh yeah, here's the first one that we did. This one, the part was pelvis. A bit even. Okay, we're gonna keep playing pick apart. This time someone other than Kit. I'm gonna name that pick apart 2. Had him like doing yoga or something, some Pilates. Okay, someone other than Kit. Go ahead, pick apart. No, it's the game is called Pick Apart because audience picks a part of the anatomy, and I use that as the first part of the body that I draw, and then I draw an entire figure from that. Forearm. Cool. It's a pretty easy one. Okay. We're gonna do a forearm for the pick apart. Turtle beat me to it. You're okay. I guess this one's kind of ended up being more elbow than forearm, but I don't really like the hand. I feel like I could do better with the hand. Yeah, I want to keep, because I think I ended up making it more about the elbow than I did about the forearm. So let's do it again, and let's do a little bit better with the hands. You're next. Nothing better than the big toe. It's mayonnaise of body side. It has to be TOS. It has to be TOS. Before you perverts get any ideas. Where does that muscle connect to? Connects to, actually, right there. Says the person you calling a pervert. Mayonnaise is something naughty. CEO of Not Safe Work. I don't know if I get that title, really. All right, let's see. Definitely want the other shoulder to be something like that. Let's do something fun. Let's put the head right here. That way we can get like some of the back muscles. Yeah. Ooh, okay, okay. Definitely it's gonna be a running pose. I don't like this leg can be pushed farther. It can be definitely pushed more. The jar were just the shelves. Were the shelves what? Self-titled, not safe for jar. Them's the rules. I am 100% fine with not safe work. It just has to be on a platform where I'm not going to get TOS because of it. I just feel like there are more worthy owners of the title. See, because this one is like the pelvis is like way stretched out, right? And so I want this bit. Mm. Okay. That's the gluteus. This is the pelvis, which means I want pulled like this. There we go. Now we're cooking with jazz. That Hermes? I don't fucking know. I'm just drawing figures, man. It can be whoever you want for $1. Just his tie. Do what I must do. You don't. You're sick. Please don't do anything weird or bad for your health. Right? I was like, Kit, why are you sick so often? And they were like, I'm that one character from One Piece with the horse. And I'm like, why? Why are you like this? Don't be like this. No, this is all not good. As is the sky blue. Oh my god. The opposite then. Sign sick days each person. I was paying off the. I was like, yes. Burden to bear as I am his frailest soldier. I don't like this face that I've given them. No, don't like that either. Ugh. Not doing great when it comes to putting the face in right now. There we go. That's a little bit better. What? Oh my god. It can be for a dollar.
At that moment he knew exactly what he needed to do. A better man would have ignored the
Oh my god.
but the best man plunges into his sevenings to draw forth the
No!
that nourishment to all his fellow Twitch chatters for the sake
Jesus
of content.
Christ. Alright, let's see what I can do to make them Hermes. Let's see. Hermes from Hades. Oh, Hermes from Hades. Alright, let's see. I need to pull up reference. Doing the Lord's work. Oh my god. Any of you could have stopped him. Okay, so we gotta get rid of the eyebrows because he doesn't have those kinds of eyebrows. There's like little pit eyebrows. Like that. Oh no, that's wrong. that kind of contradicts with that shape. Geez, now I gotta do clothes on them. Blah. It's got scrolls and stuff sticking out of it for the most part. Can just add a bulge for the peepee. There's a little turtle in there that I want to keep. He's a little turtle. Mm-hmm. So you have one on both sides, and he just has them on the inside, which is really weird. I guess he would technically have them on both sides. I'm sure there's a way to add like quotes for people and streamers. I'm gonna leave a lot of the underlying anatomy just because I think it's really cool to have. It does have tassels on here. Me, any fictional character. Snufkin. Nice. Okay, cool. All right. I think that's not good enough. Nice. All right. We'll do one more. It's literally just, it's two. One more pick a part. Bakti, did you want to do a part? I guess I could do. Is the navel. Ooh, interesting. A double dipping tea. Or turtle. I'm not sure. Let's do Shira? I don't know, Shira. Sure. I was thinking about last night, right? I was thinking about 'cause I sent the email to, which let me go ahead and double check on that. See if I've gotten a response. I have not. Well, I did send it, so yeah. What's the character's name? No, that's Shigo. What's Shira and the Forces of Evil or whatever? What's the? It's like the same universe as He-Man, but it's Shira. She's the hero, but she's raised as like assistant to the villain until like she has to go do her first act, and just like, no, she's actually just literally just a hero, and there's nothing you can do to stop that. From the navel. I can't really get a good perspective from this. I can draw it, but it's gonna rip apart into something else. Let's move this down. Oops. Unbound names. Oh, Shira. Yeah, I said Shira. You even said Shira. On again. I'm bad with names. Works wonders sometimes. Sure does. Kind of, but it's not the right perspective. Backward compatible? Wait, what? Like 20s and times? What in the world am I doing? On screen? No, it's not booba. It's just the outline of a booba. We got the other. Eye on. Got a crop quality? What? Legs are far too small. I made the navel far too big. It's an unfortunate thing. Let's keep it because that's the first thing I drew. So how do we make the legs bigger then to match? I think it starts by legs longer. How do we make the legs longer in this direction? We can make them thinner to show that they are receding. but this foot still needs to get significantly larger. Make it look longer, we make it look thinner. Make it look thinner, we pull in the hips a little bit more. Cool, I've been ignoring chat forever, hold on. We could, but that would, if we tried to draw the legs longer, what would happen is we would stretch it way the hell out there, right? And we'd have to move around a lot of the anatomy and everything. To make it longer, we just have to make it thinner. Because which is longer? Which of these two pipes is longer, or rectangles is longer? The top or the bottom one? They're the same distance, right? But which one looks longer? The top one. It's all an illusion, right? This one looks significantly longer than this one, even though they are technically going to the same block, right? Remember, the way you make things big and small is not by making it big and small, it's by adding context for big and small, right? So if I want to make the legs look longer, we make them look thinner in the specific direction, in the perspective, right? We zoom out of it. This is looking a little bit better. This area here wouldn't be like that. More like this. Same thing, this shoulder would be bigger. So I can just come down here and make this entire forearm. The forearm start a little bit sooner. So I want it thicker. Right, cool. I still need to do this hand. All right, cool. For me, I'm going to say that is navel done. All right, cool. Reroll on Shira. Making them thinner gives the illusion undergoing harsher shortening, and thus our brains make the leap. Interpreting the foot as longer? Yes, you are technically correct. It's just kind of also part of the, what's it called? Left foot has no detail. It doesn't need it. It doesn't need it. The focus is the navel, more or less. Mm. I'm gonna flip this and it's gonna look awful. It doesn't look the worst. Definitely this still looks a bit too small, but you can always make that bigger like that. This hand should probably be a little bit smaller. That helps. this knee could also... But yeah, the exact theory is basically something along those lines where because one end is shorter than the other, our brain interprets it as being farther away. The other thing is just kind of like thinner things look longer than thicker things. Right? This looks taller than it looks longer because it is. It's the same thing. If you have a person that is very tall, right? They're going to look very thin. Even though with all the exact same body parts and just a little bit like the same thickness and just a little bit thinner or shorter, they look much wider. This actually needs to be in proportion. That's not what I wanted to do. So if you take this person and we just control, grab, and pull, they are quite literally the exact same width, but they look wider now. Can I zoom in? Let's zoom in a little closer. That's kind of like the reason why dwarves look so wide is because even if you take like Peter Jackson's dwarves from either The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings, they look so fucking wide. And then they like, you put them in front of the elf and they're just as wide as the elf. And it's like, what the fuck? It's just because the shape language is different. But yeah, that's Naval. That's the game of pick aparts. I think the first one is still my favorite, but I really like the Hermes one too. But the Hermes one is a fairly easy one to do. It's perfectly and isn't susceptible to basic illusions. Pretty much, yeah. Illusions? No, no way, not here. Cool, let's take this out of the figures section because it's not quite the figures. All right, let's get to actually doing some... Pick another character. The alligator from Princess and the Frog. All right, it's gonna make it lag like crazy. Oh, that's not the right one. Oopsies. This is the right one. Where is... I was doing this is just an image. Okay, cool. This may or may not have audio. Oh, yep, there's the lag. Let's see what this runs like with HUDs. Doesn't like my characters. What? See, this is what happens. I always get, no one ever likes my opinions. Or my selections or preferences. That's why it's like, I'm 100% not going to get popular or anything. Let's see, I don't attain. Please, let's see. Okay, cool. This works. I want to see if the lip syncing matches up a little bit more. Let's scroll down and find that audio again. Jesus Christ, my phone. Anything except for what I pick, apparently. This looks good. I just can't do the, what's it called? This S sound doesn't look great. Firm foothold, what the hell? Defense boost? What the hell, man? Oh, what the hell? Plus latent power. I don't have enough to get any of these anyway. Time charger headstrong. What do these even do? Status, sneak attack. So I'm looking through all the. I got distracted by Monster Hunter. Critical eye. None of these are artillery. None of these are guard. None of those things are good. Heartbreaker, fighting spirit. What the hell? Headstrong and dauntless. Heartbreaker, blast attack. Like these are bad. Okay, so I guess these are technically slightly different than the other ones. None of them have guard or the things that I want, so these suck. No. I get the idea that the gems are supposed to be like, you're gonna get way more specified things than the other one, but they're just not as good. Also, one second, let me do this group hunt really quick. From you all. Potash. I don't know why my choices were so bad. Apparently, my choices are always bad. Hmm. Oh, alright. That's the engine done, taken care of. I should probably do the Rajang really quick. They're kind of boring to draw because no one is gonna know who these characters are. Sigh, see? See, from my experience, it's like Rainbow Dash. That's overdone. Right, from my personal point of view, right? I feel like the more obscure a character is, the cooler they are. If you picked one of your OCs. Yeah, right. Alright, what was I doing? Dun Doom Sounder. I guess I could level this up, but it's less interesting to level that one up. Does the cord make you use a level up? That one uses a lot of breathing scales. Okay, cool. Whatever. I still haven't gotten an email. I opened my phone to check to see if I got an email from Dynamite, but probably not. I feel like my chances of getting a call back are going to be very small. Oh, for real? If that's the case, I was gonna be like, oh, I'll wait until I hear back from Dynamite, and then when they say no, I'll apply to Marvel and DC. But I figured since I responded to an individual person, they would respond faster. But I'll probably like email out some stuff to Marvel DC Image, and then I don't know, follow up with some of the employment centers that my aunt had sent me, and give it about like 2 weeks, and then I'll get a job at McDonald's or something. That is the plan so far. I want to fix this though. I don't like the way that the teeth are looking. No, I prefer with the smile, even if it is a bit wide. Maybe I should knock it down because it is a bit wide. Send it to official Dynamite email as well. No, I just sent it to the other one. So I'll probably send another one to the official Dynamite email as well, and then, go from there. Okay, cool. When you're done your drawing, send it. I want to see. Did I get a notification on Discord? Oh, it's my friend. I remember now. Ooh, nice. Look at all the characters that Miki did. Those are fun. I will say, I love Miki's work. They have a teensy bit of same face syndrome. Oh, the last two ones nearly separated from that. That's cool though. Oh, Miki, they added their stuff onto general. Or the art stuff. Alright, I got distracted a little bit. Alright, let's go and grab Spider-Man Day or Night. Yo, I want to watch that one later.
What? I toss and turn, I keep stressing my mind. What? I left the piece, but see.
Here it is. So, but see, I don't attain. So you have like a frame of don't attain. So probably pretty much is going to be the same frame as don't attain. Let me go ahead and go down here and turn on the video so I can actually see where that don't attain is. Right here. This is we're going to make a new one. And this one is going to be called I Don't Attain. Maybe just Don't Attain is going to be better. It's harder to read all of that. Here you go. Day and night. What? Toss and turn, I think in my mind. Okay, cool. I want the shift to be like here. So the should be more like this, right? And so there's going to be a shift in what is the front, like this sort of a deal. I see the new art trend meaning that gives people like 10,000 plus likes. I have not. What does the new art trend mean that gives people an amazing amount of likes? Kiss the Magician? Batman. Is it just because Zatanna is so popular? It's Kiss the insert character. Just put like Kiss the Twink. Well, what do they kiss? Do they kiss the character, or is it like, how does it work? Still too new. Haven't seen what it looks like yet. It's 20 hours old from the looks of it. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's the sauce. I haven't seen anyone do that yet. They should be back before stream is over, but I don't know. No problem, no problem. I think we lost Black Team. They have collapsed under their own weights. I like the all. The all's fun. Kiss the twink, and then it's just a whole bunch of like blowjobs. It's like you think you're gonna kiss the character, turns out blowjobs. Ah, shit. I forgot. Is a year, you mean? Very interesting. Exact. Okay, so I probably don't want to do that then. I'm gonna get a lot of like hate from people I don't want to get hate from. Wait, so then why is Itana kissing Batman? So many things I don't understand. Do the Nightwing kiss the alley? It could be a good promotion for Twink Lantern, right? Kiss the Twink, and it's just like me kissing a bunch of Nightwing, like DC characters. reply like hot takes over on Galen, also known as Tumblr. You do the first page and never actually do the kisses? You could even do like a surprise thing, right? So, okay, so they have a whole bunch of like, here's the thing, right? Everyone's posting like, kiss the character, right? And then they have all the characters that you can show, right? So what if instead it was like a mystery, right? First kiss, you know, is Nightwing. Second kiss, it's like, what? That doesn't make sense. There's just like a question mark there. And it's Starfire, right? And then it's both of them because they're both very jealous and sexual people. Although Dick is now with like Oracle, right? They're not with Starfire. Starfire is like a whole different thing. Is that right? Fearmonger the Twinks. What do you mean Fearmonger the Twinks? What does that mean? The characters in advance builds hype and gets them to like and share. Get their desired yaoi ship. Nightwing X Batgirl. Wait, so what happened to Nightwing X Starfire? Because I don't understand Starfire as a character. Like, let me put it to you in like the terms that everyone else will understand. I only know Starfire, Beast Boy, Cyborg, and Robin, basically, from the TV series. I never read any comics that had them in it. Think they were ever a couple in the comics Justice? The cartoon shows? Just the cartoon shows. No, hold on. I have an exact comic panel where Starfire is making out with Nightwing. Nightwing? Unless these are all like really good memes. Might have happened in New 52 or something. Maybe that's probably fair. Because they got married in this comic panel, and this comic panel's old. I don't know which comic panel this is, though. But Beast Boy has a mullet, so I don't want to believe that this is canon. The art looks very old, so probably from like the late 90s. Because what's it called in the current continuity, the Teen Titans are more not Jason Todd. What's Red Robin? Who's he? Tim Drake? Isn't Tim Drake the Robin that's in Teen Titans? Or was in Teen Titans? Yeah, in the comics. No, Tim Drake is Red Hood, isn't he? There currently isn't a Teen Titans. Interesting. So I guess it would be Damien if there was one. Well, the Titans come from the Teen Titans, right? It was Damien. Okay, interesting. So I guess that would be like Damien X Starfire, but that also doesn't really make sense. Because I can't see Damien in any sort of romantic space, I guess. It's about the same volume. That's the wrong direction. Put this in the place where I want it. Already has love interest, really? In Teen Titans book. Flatline is her name, I think. Flatline sounds like the perfect kind of romantic interest for Damian Wayne, I'll be honest. Without knowing anything about the character. Yeah, that looks about right. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, da-da. Sorry, I'm incredibly distracted by this. It's okay. Get you working. So, okay. From what I understand, she straight up just like takes his heart out. So she literally stole his heart. Ah. I'm going to take these arms and move them up a little bit. that. Kill in the first interaction. That's so fucking cheesy. I've loved you since you stole my heart. Get the hell out of here. Want to go more in this direction. Cool. Perfect. I like his line too. Don't fall in love with the first girl that kills you. It's like, love is for fools. I want revenge. That's a great line. That's a fucking. That really does fit Damien. I like that. Something funky with that. I recommend that comic. It was the one that introduced me to Damien. It seems to make him a very empathetic character, I guess. At least it looks like it makes him a very empathetic character from the like small panels that I saw. What blows me away is now I don't know anything about Starfire, right? Because to me, Starfire is always the princess of Zamaron who can understand any language by sharing lip to lip contact, right? And this kind of is like came from this spark in an increased, like, you know, past the Bronze Age of comics, way more of like a comics aren't your usual run of the mill anymore. Now they've got sex in them, right? And drugs and violence and all that stuff. And so Starfire is kind of this product of a character that is very awakened sexually as a woman, right? The whole point is she's an alien, she's incredibly powerful, she's from a warrior race, all this stuff. There are no good or any Starfire comics. You have to watch the TV shows. Right, okay. So that kind of just answers the question, right? Is that after DC had this like Bronze Age period of like rebellious teenager, right? It kind of didn't really have a way to repurpose her. I mean, that's the Starfire I grew up with, right? From the comics to in Teen Titans even, right? Starfire wasn't quote unquote sexual in Teen Titans as a kid. But as a kid, personally, seeing her just walk around in a bikini compared to everyone else was like, okay, this character is very clearly just like different culturally from everyone else. Yeah. You know, I was born 1997. My dad had a whole bunch of comics from that period too, right? Yeah. And so a lot of that like influenced a lot of what the character was and represented. And once DC was kind of done with playing up that like whatever because of the rise of Puritan culture again, Starfire has felt like no longer belongs. Because anytime I see anything with like Starfire or whatever, it's like not the same way as it was. Like she was very clearly like this love interest with Robin in the sense that Robin was in love with her, but she didn't like see love, quote unquote, the same way, right? And so it was this alien approach to culture sort of a deal, right? And you see that in what's it called, Teen Titans in Tokyo, right? Where she doesn't know how to speak Japanese, so she just kisses some random motherfucker, and it's like, now I can speak Japanese, and they're like, what? And Robin's like, you mean I've been infatuated for no reason? And it's like, what do you mean? So I thought it was a really fun way to explore this idea of like, not necessarily sexuality, but that love can take on many forms. And it was an interesting way of broaching the subject of like, you need to be able to understand people before you can judge them, right? Because it led to a lot of conflict in that episode between Starfire and Robin, because Robin felt like he'd been lied to, and Starfire was like, what the fuck are you on about? Obviously, I don't know what your culture is like. How could I have done anything wrong or misled you if that's not my culture? So I thought that was a cool and nuanced take on the character, especially for like bringing a hypersexualized character at the time into a more like kids-friendly setting. So I thought that was really cool. But to find out that she's been kind of orphaned is less cool, I guess. I don't know. I like the character a lot because she is, for like a lot of intents and purposes, what I really like about the Bronze Age is this openness to being who you are despite what like the cultural norms are, right? She's a princess from Zamaron. She's a warrior. She's all these like conflicting things into one character that is one character. They're not conflicting to her, but it's conflicting to the viewer. And it's this idea of opening up, okay, what you expect is normal isn't necessarily normal, and different isn't necessarily bad. So I like that narratively, right? I don't know. I think that might be a bit of a dramatic pose. I want her to be more of like a like that, but not quite so exaggerated. To do with Hal, and it went horribly. Really? What happened with Hal? Was it like Starfire and Hal sort of a thing? I don't like that as much. That's a little there. The age gap is a bit problematic there, right? Also, didn't Hal get together with Guy's ex girlfriend or something? Hal has a really fucked up. All right, listen. I think that no comic book character has as weird and kind of fucked up a love history as Hal Jordan or any of the Green Lanterns, really. Like, look at Kyle Rayner, right? Motherfucker to this day still creates a construct of the woman that got fridged on him so that he can talk calmly through things. It's like, what the hell? This ain't right, y'all. This ain't right. I think the thickness is fine. I think the position is different than I want. It's a little bit better. I like that. See, I'm curious as to what happened with Hal Jordan. I. See, I don't attain. Hal was dating this random alien girl, and she was 13 at the time. Ryder tries to bring up the issue of consent. Yeah! No, maybe that's not the best. I don't understand why they always have to take it from the worst angle, right? I feel like, quote unquote, a fine way of doing it was how they did it with Invincible, where it's like bug aliens that just live their entire life in a year. Okay, kind of. What's it called? other thing is like, why don't they ever go like alien character that is obscenely old compared to the main character, right? Right. Like if you, but that wouldn't get to the heart of it, right? They wanted to play it out of why it's not okay, right? See, I don't understand why they don't take like maybe Hal Jordan is in space and he crashes on an alien planet and starts dating this alien lady, right? And turns out the alien lady is like 900 years old or whatever and starts to like treat him like a child or like infantilizes them, or it's like it's obvious that they only are after them because of their youth and stuff, and it just like slowly gets darker and darker until it's like, okay, this is actually really fucked up, right? And then leaves, right? Like if you want to play the whole thing out, play the whole thing out with the main character who everyone has already established that they are an adult is in the infantilizing position, right? Because that way there's no like moral question as to whether or not Hal Jordan is an adult, right? To us, that's fine. But from the perspective of the alien, they're like an infant. Evil Diana and Steve Rogers. Kind of, sure. Like it brings into question slightly different things, right? Like it brings into question what's it called? Shoots. What does it truly mean to be like an infant, right? Or like an infantilized situation? Pretty much, but at the same time, Diana doesn't like age anymore past 23, so she's also the same age as Steve Rogers technically. She's just seen more, right? What we need is a character that is like so mentally like grand and manipulative that like even an adult human feels very young compared to like this aged wise character, right? Someone that is like very clearly taking advantage. Someone that like even from the reader's point of view is like, oh, this is not right. Because the gap between Diana and Steve mentally isn't really that big of a difference. She doesn't treat him like a young guy, right? She treats him like an adult. Because Steve is an adult, right? I think that's kind of the main reason why it doesn't feel icky when Wonder Woman does it, is because she is still behaves in a way that she could be in some senses infantilized, right? When she comes to America and discovers all these things, the world of man and all that stuff, in that sense, at least in the movie, right, portrayal of Wonder Woman Brave New World or whatever, she's infantilized and she just has this innocent view of justice and what needs to be done and what is right, sort of a thing. Maybe with Lex Luthor and how he treats his girlfriend, a little bit. It's that kind of icky, yeah. It needs to be that kind of icky. Constantine and a random demon that was born during the beginning of the universe. Yeah, that could also happen because it is like an alien difference, right? Diana is blah blah blah, molded from clay, blah blah blah, princess of the Amazons, blah blah blah, given the wisdom of Athena, but she's still like human, right? Like there's still fundamentally she's human in the sense that she acts, behaves, has the same desires, has the same like virtues as humans. Same thing with Superman, right? You could argue that Superman is a very human character compared to maybe some of the characters from Batman's villain rogue, right? Rogue Gallery. But I would say Superman is more human than the Joker is. But some iterations of like Aquaman is not human in some iterations, right? when we have like in the TV series, the Justice League, right? When Aquaman was never human, like he's Atlantean through and through, and he's been the king of Atlantis for however long, whatever, and was not born to the Queen of Atlantis and a Pyramid, right? If you follow that continuity, like Arthur is not human in that sense, right? You could do the same thing with like, shoot, what's the character raised by like animals and stuff? I forgot the name. So you need to, because the difference between like an adult and a child is kind of like that of a different species. Yes, there's like more context given, right? Where the adult knows more of what's going to happen. But there's also just like a fundamental shift with how children perceive the world than adults perceive the world. So you need to have this like knowledge gap. You need to have this perception gap. You need to have this like interaction gap, right? Like there needs to be a lot of these. If you want to infantilize an adult human being, you need to have another character that by contrast is the same distance from like an adult to a child, from like an adult to this alien creature. Tarzan. Yeah, Tarzan's good. I'd say Tarzan is... that's not the one. I was thinking of like a DC one, but I can't quite remember who they are. I might be thinking of something else. But Tarzan is not... What's it called? Tarzan's probably not human at the beginning, and he becomes human by the end of the book. With Mary and God the Father. Mm-hmm. Yes, they could not consent to that relationship, but at the same time, I don't think it's like a similar relationship. Unfortunately, right? At the time of the writing of the biblical stories, unfortunately, the distance between like Mary and God the Father would not have been any different than a woman and her husband, right? Because throughout history, women have been treated more like objects than people in a lot of different cultures, right? Some do it to different degrees, but oftentimes, like even in Old English, right? A woman is never to be heard or something like that, right? Not speak unless spoken to, all that stuff. Yeah. That was not the youngest age to take a bride in that time period. Listen, human beings are really fucked up across like history. Good boy, good baby boy. You got to remember that, historically speaking, in the stories of men, right, women were elevated in the sense that they were of importance or relation to the hero, right? However, if you'd watch the video about like women in like narrative roles in history, towards the end, the author, the speaker, how do you want to say it, starts talking about like classical fairy tales as spoken by women, not as written by men. And oftentimes women are the protagonists, the main characters. They said that in Russian, right? One of the common themes with like the oral tradition of fairy tales is that the woman of the story is very, very intelligent, right? And the man of the story is kind of dumb, but he has a good heart. And because the man has such a good heart, he can win the affection of the woman who is very intelligent, right? And so oftentimes they work together afterwards to create the situations by which they can escape their oppressors, right? So I think that's a really cool way to look at it, right? Because there is this like, when women are allowed to tell the story, women tend to be the ones in charge, right? Despite throughout history, women were not treated very fairly. Example of cosmic consent horror is Martian Manhunter's niece erasing memories from Khan and selectively molding their relationship to her. Well, being someone who could read your mind, there's no secret privacy. Yeah, that's pretty. If you're talking about Young Justice, yeah, that was a crazy, crazy turning point. I was like, wow, that's wild. But I don't know about anything that's not Young Justice. Yeah, you spelled Con with a K, and I was like, that probably means Connor, but I'm not 100% sure. I need to do something else. Right now, this is not, I also don't need this video in the background anymore, so that'll save me a little bit putting through it. Because I'm losing a lot of volume in the pelvis area. Character design downgrade of all time Enrique. They called him Connor. Yeah, they called him Connor. Con L was the one that didn't work well. That like lost his mind, I think. Because in the show, Superboy can't fly, right? The big deal is that Connor can't like jump. He can jump really high, but he can't fly. He doesn't have laser vision. He's just near indestructible. Has like strong stuff. I really recommend the show. It's really good because Connor is the human mixed with the alien, right? So it's the son of Lex Luthor and Superman, right? And the original complete clone, which is Con-El, I think, question mark? I don't remember. He shows up in like 2 episodes or something. And he's not the original Superman. He's the original Superboy. The second Superboy. He's the one that's shoots. I think if I shift the hips a bit more to the right, I like it a little bit more. Yeah. No, that didn't solve the problem. I think I want more here. I want this to be flatter. I also want this to stick out a little bit more. Leaping tall buildings that yeah. Sort of. He doesn't have he's Superman's original power set, right? Faster than locomotive, jumps tall buildings a single bound, blah 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 blah. He what's it called? I think he has super breath, but I don't know 100%. And it's really fun because Lex Luthor kind of worms his way into trying to control Connor by like giving him these like patches that like complete his DNA. So the patches let him fly, they let him like do laser beams, they let him do like all of Superman's abilities. But they also make him very mentally unstable. Like emotionally, he is more angry. He is less likely to think through problems. So the exact same problems that the other one had, right? They had to shut down. Hard for me to see. And that's like season 2. I think there's like 4 seasons in total, and then they actually like people actually die in the show. So that is interesting and also disappointing and very sad. And they do a very good job of exploring the emotional weight that that carries, right? These people who are trying to do good, putting their life on the line, actually die, right? It's part of the reasons why I'm like, man, I would like this show, except, and it's because they kill my characters. Like, how fucking dare you? I love them. I love them so much. I like that. Let's try it out. How do we feel about this? Welcome back. I think it depends on the narrative that you're trying to tell. Obviously, the Young Justice universe is different than the comic continuity, right? I don't think you do either, right? But it, especially if it's a character that's built up a lot of weight, a lot of like emotional goodwill, it is heartbreaking, right? It moves us in ways that maybe some of the things don't, right? And the permanence of it means something, right? To try to say that it doesn't, or you can get around it without, it kind of like really tokenizes the impact of like actual death in real life, right? Comic books have this this kind of like comic book narrative where when people die, they don't stay dead, right? They'll come back for another run or in an alternate universe or different timeline or all that stuff. But in real life, people die. And it hurts, and they're not going to come back. And to tell a story that appropriately carries that weight is a very hard thing to do, but it's also just as important, right? Because it lets us have this catharsis, right? Escapism is good also, right? To be able to live in a world where a character doesn't have to stay dead is lovely. It's wonderful. But to try to discount like the rest of narrative for trying to include this very human thing that we struggle with is very, 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 very hard. Oh no, I 100% I agree, right? I think that the Superman movie values life a lot. And I think because the show was trying to, what's it called? The show is trying to set up how, I saw a video about it. It was really poignant, right? And it was in defense of art that makes us long for something, right? And they talked about how they always hated Superman growing up, right? It's so boring. It's just the writers get to make up some other ability to get him out of the situation, right? It's just he wins the day because he wins because he's Superman, right? And he's talking about how James Gunn made him see it. I understand Superman, right? Because like the whole like charade of Superman, right, is we want to believe that it's his innocence, his good heart. It's his ability to want to do good regardless of like personal conflict or what anyone else would say, right? It's that people would have died. So he went to go there. This like innocence and goodness is what makes him strong. We want to believe that. In reality, it's because he's a really fucking strong character. He's invincible, he's strong, he's willing to do all these things, that he can protect this innocence of like we can save people, right? He has the ability to save people, and because of that, he has the responsibility to do it. I think that Gunn's movie does a great job, and the person I was watching also says that. It's like, yes, for a second, we can believe in a world where there is an absolute being of power, and they're not there to lord over us, right? They have a good heart, and they want to help people. That is the fantasy that we accept when we watch the movies. We want to believe, we want to long for this idea of goodness winning out over evil. And to that extent, I don't think you need someone to die to tell that story, right? I do not think you need someone to die to tell that story, but that is a very different story than what happens in Young Justice, where a major character dies in season 3 and it is heart-wrenching. It is. And the story that they're trying to tell is that doing good can be dangerous. And people will always remember you. And the character dies, and the character is remembered. It's not special fleeting, right? I think there's a number of ways to do it. I think what you are getting at is that the cheap tokenization of death has rendered it meaningless in a lot of media. And I agree with that. There is no fucking reason Snyder needed to kill the Kents. It didn't fucking matter. The only reason they kill the Kents is to make us pretend that there's a reason that Superman needs to do good. Superman doesn't need a reason to do good. He's fucking Superman, right? But if you're telling a story where the main character dies, or one of the main character dies, and the story you're trying to tell is how that affects people, how that impacts people, right? I think people do need to die because of that, right? Is Echiro Ora? Oh yeah, absolutely. Just like, oh, my family member died in a backstory. Oh, the ones where you're talking about the other ones where he's like, oh my god, he's dead as hell. And then like 2 chapters later, he's standing up, he's doing like, how many times do I have to kill this man? How many times do we have to keep teaching you this lesson, old man? Oh, baby boy. Bird guy from Alabasta. Mm-hmm. I think that's not the sin, though. The sin is that they do it so often that it, like... when you, like, fake out the character so much, or the audience so much, it doesn't hold any weight anymore, right? You've played your hand too many times. Sorry. I just don't believe the character's actually dead, and if you actually do end up killing him, it's kind of a wasted thing. Because, like, I would have reacted the same way if he wasn't dead. So now your character's dead for no reason. And then oftentimes people will back out of it because they'll notice that it didn't have the effects that no one cared or whatever. And so they'll like, actually he didn't die. And everyone's like, yeah, we fucking knew it. Killing a character is something that you don't fuck around with, right? It should carry the same weight as killing a person. Like, theoretically speaking, no one should go to jail because they murdered a character. Sketch complete, nice. I think inking is a good way to practice. Just go around to all the corners and stuff and try to make it so that the parts that are in front of the other parts are the parts that stand out more. Aw, nice. Ow. I like the Jerry emote. That one's really fun. These are all really nice. Why is the maid outfit so... These are a lot of fun. I think they're cute. Naked man fears no pickpockets. You know what? Sure. Apparently Silk Song is going to be playable this weekend. So maybe I'll play Silk Song for Friday. I think Rainbow Dash would approve of that image of them. Silk Song fan art to get a zillion likes. Perhaps. Probably not. I would do, okay, so here's the problem, right? I would do the Kiss a Twink meme. The problem is that I'm scared that it's not even gonna get like 10 likes, right? Silk Song, my friend. So Silk Song is the follow-up, or the sequel to Hollow Knight, right? The game by Team Chariot. It's a Metroidvania, I think, right? Like you wouldn't describe it as like a Souls-like, right? It's a Metroidvania game. Exactly, right? I saw a meme earlier that was like Tsunade flicking Naruto in the head, and it's like, and the price for Silk Song is, and then just like kisses Naruto's head. Just $20. Exactly, just for 20 bucks alone, I'd buy it just symbolically to support that game over like Nintendo. So we do, I feel like we should still talk about the what's it called? Not the privilege. I guess kind of the privilege. The privilege that Silk Song has as an indie darling to be able to keep the game at, what's it called? $20. Right? Because as long as like Team Cherry is properly budgeting and they're managing their money, if they can do that, that's fantastic, right? Because I think Team Cherry has doubled their team since Hollow Knight, right? And the only reason that they can afford to leave it as a $20 price tag is for two things, right? One, because no game needs to be costing. Yes, but the only reason they can afford that after doubling the size of their studio, right, is one, they're insanely popular, right? So they know that they are going to sell enough copies that it doesn't matter if they sell their game for $20 or $50, they're going to get their money back, right? And two, by making the price $20, they make a political statement, sort of. And I say politics in the sense of you're siding with the people to make a statement about the society of some sort, right? And their statement is, we would rather support games that don't cost a lot of money. So what they're doing is they're actively like waging war on the AAA industry, which is really fucking funny to see. I'm not gonna lie, it's hilarious. So I'm super excited for that. Is there a third reason why they can price their game for $20? I don't know. Maybe they're actually like good with their money, unlike Bungie or something, and they don't have to like do all this shit. Nine Souls, Hades, even Hollow Knight, they thrived off of $20 and they were able to massively improve their studio. But Hades 2 is $60, isn't it? Hold on, let me go to my Steam really quick. Peak is different, all right? If you're going to talk about Peak, you should talk about Another Crab's Treasure, which is $20, right? What was I looking for? Hades 2. Oh no, Hades 2 is $30. Okay. And the original Hades is $25. We'll see. Snufkin is so cute. Wait, did they draw Snufkin? I didn't pay attention. Maybe I didn't recognize Snufkin. Oh, there's Snufkin. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't recognize them. It is a very good Snufkin. Probably because it's not inked, so. I think Jerry was taking my attention more than anything. God, speaking of characters that I fucking hate. Don't special fleet. Pirating it means you're not stealing it. Hades 2 is $30, first of all. Nintendo Glazers normalizing $80 Glazer. No, that's ridiculous, right? The devs need to eat, right? I promise you that most indie games that are coming out at a price tag of $20 aren't making their money back, right? So if you want to support games, right? Billionaires need the $120 deluxe editions. Actually, let me open up, see if Silksong is on Steam. It should be, right? Okay, they haven't announced the game yet. By announced the game, I mean they haven't announced the the price tag on here. Because they have the announced dates. Ooh, I like it a lot. Hold on. I like how the game looks like it draws a lot of, not inspiration, but a lot of parallels to what's it called? What's the game where you're climbing the mountain? It's like the game that trans people love. I forget the name of it. I know it was announced, it's just not on Steam. I know it's $20, but they haven't put it on Steam yet, so you can't pre-order it. Not with the sledgehammer. It's one about climbing a mountain. I forgot the name of it. Son of a bitch. Jimmy's Poop Man Adventure is ass. It doesn't deserve to be charging over $20. That's fair. Devs need to lock in. So true. Celeste, that's the one. Yes. There's a lot of movement controls that look like they are similar to Celeste in like acrobatism. So that looks really cool. Definitely down for that. I saw a really funny meme about how it's like a bunch of games like Celeste and stuff, and then there is like Papa's Pizza Tower or whatever, and the joke was like when the friend group has fully transitioned except for the one guy who's just always been straight. Because Silksong is going to hold down the $20 for the next 10 years. Yeah. Are you good enough to be charging more than Silksong? That is really dangerous, okay? That is a very dangerous thing to be asking, right? Firmly, I believe that everyone should be able to charge whatever they think they need to, right? So for example, if I was to make a video game and my living situation is pretty good, right? I pay about $1,000 a month for rent and expenses and stuff like that, right? I agree. Rationing food for video games. I'm saying that like it's dangerous to be like indie games shouldn't charge more than Silksong unless they're better than Silksong. Is like if I need to make money off of a video game and I know that the interest is not as high as whatever, I'm probably better off charging maybe $30 or $25, even if my game isn't as good as Silksong, because I know that my target audience is very niche, right? So I'm not going to get as many sales as Silksong, but I still need to make ends meet, right? So I'm not talking about being able to buy the game, right? I'm talking about should devs be able to make their money back? And I'm talking specifically about indie devs, right? Specifically, I'm talking about indie devs. Yes, better is also objective, but still. I think it's fine if a game developer studio that has made 3 games and their game that they want to put a lot of effort into, even though they haven't been able to grow an audience, and maybe it's not as good as Silksong, but they have some experience and they want to charge $25 or $30 because they know that they're going to get maybe 200 sales. Silksong is going to easily get over 2 million sales, right? Probably in like the first week or 2, right? If I know that I'm only going to sell maybe 200 games most because I have my own community of people who are willing to do it, then I will maybe charge $30 for it. And maybe get a key out to the fans that are like super supportive and really doing things, right? So that the people that I want to play my games get to play my games, and then the people that can afford to play my games are pretty much just my community that can afford it, right? It takes $100 to put a game on Steam? That's insane. I don't think so. Deserved flop, just to be honest. Sorry, not sorry. Most games make or break on a marketing budget, right? It does not actually matter whether or not the game is like the best or really good, as long as it passes a bar of quality where it's like, it feels like they really tried here. Most people do not care about quality. I want that to be like kind of bar none. As long as you tried and the aesthetics all match and you did your best, most people don't actually care about quality. I have to look that up because I'd always assumed that what's it called? Steam just takes a portion of the revenue because it costs to put your game on Steam. The AI response is 100. How much does it cost to publish your game here? All right, let's take a look at the response. Okay, so there's a partner document. The direct fee. Onboard Steamworks. When you're signing up Steamworks developer for the first time, set of digital paperwork, one step, the paperwork, Steam direct fee. Steam Story to complete the transaction and then you're active back in the Steamworks. Direct fee. Steam direct fee is not refundable, but will be recoupable when the payments made after your product has at least $1,000 adjusted gross revenue. Okay, so what is the direct fee? Valve will charge VAT, GST, or some way consumption-based tax. Country specific. So it doesn't actually say what the fee is here. So I guess it'd be more in the onboarding thing. No, here it is. Overview. Whether you are completing a Steam Direct sign-up process or already established Steamworks developer, you can now simply pay a $100 USD or equivalent fee for each new app you wish to distribute on Steam. Read below for details. Okay, there it is. There's $100. But you get the money back if your game makes over $1,000, more or less. So what is that? If you charge $20 for the game, you need to sell 500 copies, right? No, 50 copies, right? Yeah, you need to sell 50 copies of the game. Cost of living is rising. The average commoner, me, can't afford to take chances on mid-games that barely run. If a dev is going to release a project, it needs to be high quality for me to give it a chance. None of any games rot on the shelf because of this. It is $100. You're right. Oh, it's important to note it's $100 USD equivalent, right? So if you are in Great Britain, I think it would be like $99 because I think right now the US dollar is less than the the British pound or something. It's $1,000 in profit. So you get the $100 back if the game makes more than $1,000 in profit. That's pretty much just Valve's way of saying, hey, listen, if you're going to charge us to take up the memory space, we're going to charge you for the game. They're basically just charging you for server hosting at that point. you kind of come into the problem here, right? I just don't like the idea of comparing games to one another as like you will be judged in comparison to this game as to whether or not you should be able to. He is really running a like Valve and Steam is fucking ridiculous as far as like they just, it's a lot of money, right? I want to finish this before I move on. I feel like this actually shift a little bit more to the right. So people tend to prefer itch.io because they can set how much they're paying. But then there's also like a thing where itch.io will gray out your game if you don't provide anything. It's supposed to be a joke, right? But some people took it wrong. Some people took it the wrong way. Okay, what height am I looking at for? Yeah, it's not that I've never liked Gabe. I don't fucking know anything about Gabe Newell. I'll be honest. I feel like the game's margin is pretty rough, right? Gave people cosmetics and they forgot about his atrocities. That's like every fucking CEO. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't believe in liking any company, which is kind of like, I don't, listen. Bungie, as I was listening to an entire video on Bungie today, right? So like Bungie, I had no idea that Bungie had like a super huge history outside of just making Halo, right? No idea, because I've not been around that long. And so when I hear the person talking about Bungie, like, man, it used to be so good. They're the people that set the standards for like online multiplayer games. They're the ones that set the standards for like consumer practice and all that stuff. And now that they're the ones that are literally trying to profit off of like engagement slop sort of a deal. And I'm like, God damn. Never glazed an internet personality. I just don't. It depends, right? Because people are going to glaze the shit out of Silksong. And they're going to glaze the CEOs and the founders. And they're going to be like, man, those guys are so good. And it's like, listen, you're kind of just repeating the same thing. If they ever get like acquired, then it's just all going to go downhill. And it's like, But it looks like they're better at managing their money than Bungie is. So I don't think there's much of a problem of them following the same exact routes. And it looks like they're generally choosing the better outcome. Is maybe the solution to like push it farther forward? No, the solution is definitely rotate this. Like that. Fixes in Silksong is already getting Game of the Year. I know the script is already written. I don't know. Setting markers of comparison is bad. I feel like you try your best, do as much as you can, and try to make up how much money you needed to survive, right? I feel like a lot of the people at Team Cherry, if they could get away with it, they would really sing a Silk Song for free, right? Like if they had like a minimum livable wage, right? If they all got like 30,000 a year, whatever, and they released Silk Song, they might just release it for free, right? Discuss emotes tomorrow. I'm not liking how mine are coming out. I don't know. Sure. I don't know if I'm exactly the best person to talk to about emotes. I've only done like a few. I'm ready to talk about whatever you want though. What seems to be the thing that you are struggling with the most? What isn't making sense? Like yours the most? I like the head pat one the most, but I think it works the best as a big emote, as a sticker. As a small, like little head pat emote, I don't think it's that good. I think there's people that somehow manage to pack way more information into these emotes than I do. I don't know how. I like Robbie. Robbie probably works the best as an emote. The Robbie Heart one, that one probably works the best as an emote. That's him. That's Schwarben. They look too bloated. Let me take a look. They look too bloated. Which ones? Because I think the maid one doesn't look too bloated. I can't see one that looks super bloated. Let me see. Me about to lay down and relax. The realization that the trash bins are going to be emptied tomorrow. Gotta put down a death timer for black tea. Love your Roxanne. There's so much going on in there. Yeah, but as like, okay, so like for comparison's sake, right? The owie? I think the owie's pretty good too. You could probably scooch it more to the left, right? If you feel like it's bloated. I like the maid swarm. I don't think that this, I think the maid swarm takes a good amount of space. I think you make it a good chat. But if I was to put all of these emotes down, here's the other one. Out of all of these, I think the one that is most clear is the Robbie Hart one. And I didn't even make the toast, the bread one, so I don't think that counts. The dog and the rat. Mouse, the clown. Bread is the best. See, I didn't even make that one. Head pet is peak. Teak. Got him. Now they're gonna come crashing through the wall. We're gonna have to fight. Ching. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a demonstration on how to do a painting of teak wood. Problem is definitely that you're doing an animation tangent, right? Needs a friend. Sned needs teak. Need a spelling mistake. Means Neo-C. All right. Okay, so that should solve the problem, I think. Head's a bit small, but that's because I haven't done the hair and everything. That should be fine. think it might actually be a little bit dumb. Oh. Here it comes. Owie. Let's go, headbang. Aside from the rocks, I really love how clean and concise the head emote looks. The proportions and validity just to maintain the cute aesthetic. That is less of an emote thing. That is more of a chibi thing. That's the only thing I will say. So the main thing you want to keep in mind if you're trying to make like a circle, a chibi character, right? You want to stay as close to a circle as possible, right? And you also want to take all of the proportions of the head and push them down, right? So the forehead is going to stay massive. You're going to force the eyes down to this point, right? The cheek is going to come down to here. The nose is going to be on the same level, if you even add a nose. A lot of times you don't. Then the mouth is going to be that much space, right? And then from here, you have all this room for hair. If you put the ear in, the ear is going to be on the same level as the mouth and everything. And it's turtle strung. Mm-hmm. It's just sprung as a turtle. Yep. That tasted purple. It was asking me about proportions for emojis. And I was like, you want to just like keep everything as much of a circle as possible? So you draw, what's it called? Your circle. And then half that space is still going to be the forehead, right? So all of your eyes and everything has to live down here in this space. So everything else gets scrunched up, bottom up, right? Because babies have that same sort of like encephalization where the head is bigger. So the eyes are going to be very large. And then if you have cheeks, right? Chubby cheeks work a lot. You can kind of like square off the whole section. And then where the jaw would kind of end, you have the ear. You could put the nose, and the nose would go about there. And then the rest of the space you fill in with hair, right? Lock of hair comes down. Lock of hair comes down. If you want to make the ear cute, do a little thing like that. Round it off a little bit more. Bing, bang, boom. All done. You know you had to do it to them. Want to take the trash bins out? You wait another cycle. Uh-oh. Suzanne's face in this style. I want to see how the logic works out. Sure-ish. Suzanne is very intentionally a character that is not meant to be cute. So I have no idea how this is going to work out. She already is basically that character, right? Forehead's most of the space. I don't know. Never imagined you can make it even more adorable. Adorable is definitely not what I had in mind when I was making her. I guess like pitiable isn't the right word, but it's not the wrong word either. I definitely wanted her to be a character that was like, oh my gosh, you poor thing. But that is basically what this stylistic changes do, right? Is they make the character a lot more head heavy. And in doing that, they emphasize the eyes being bigger and then the, what's it called? When the eyes look bigger, they look cuter. But like I said, the character is already a bit of this like encephalized character because their head is very flat. So she's already mostly eyes. So now what we're doing is making her like 50% eyes, 50% forehead. Before it was like 75% eyes, 25% forehead. If that makes sense. Oops, wrong one. Basically just regularly, yeah, basically. These studies, Teak has been made. Gonna redo the owl emote and see what happens. I think your owl emote looks really good. I think if you wanted to, you could definitely just ink that. Jerry the most. I'll take your word for it. I think I like Jerry the most. I'm not even sure what I did. I think the Jerry is really good. Oof, Teak is crazy. Get him. Get him, lads. I think you did a, not like a half chibi, but what's it called? So what you've done is you've reduced the head to a spheroid, and instead of like squashing all the proportions, you just kept them all in the same more or less place. Mm-hmm. So for example, that's not the right one. This is very small, huh? I've done enough of those like 3/4 perspectives. Let's just do one from the front. Not what you're doing here with the jury one. Not quite. You're keeping things way simpler than I am. Jeez. Something like that. I mean, fix the mouth. Jesus Christ. I don't like it. Teak, I wish it Teak. Teak is next. Oh, jeez. Your eyes, I think your jury is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that sort of positioning. lends itself better to like different perspective than this, I think. Blah, 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 blah. Because what you did is, if I can remember correctly, something along these lines. I can't remember. Right? Oh, that's wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? I think that's pretty good. Can you tell me why I feel so frustrated when something looks off but I can't explain? Why I don't like it? So for the emotes you just did, how do you go about investigating the thing that makes it look off? So it's like that, more or less, the way I've said it before a couple times is you just kind of push stuff in directions, right? If I think this is too big or too small, I'll make it bigger or smaller till it's like obviously bigger or smaller. And once I know it's like, it's obviously this is too small, then I'll make it bigger step by step until it's the right size. It's kind of just like, what's it called? The same thing with the colors, right? Except with anatomy and proportion, we have like location, size, and symmetry, right? Or location, size, and distance if you're doing something symmetrical, right? Are these eyes too wide or too close, right? If I think that they are maybe too close, then I'm going to grab them and I'm going to drag them sideways until they look normal. Okay, that's obviously way too wide, so I'll bring it back in. And it's like, okay, well, that's almost about right, but I think this one's a bit smaller. So I'll grab it until it's way too big, and I'm like, okay, so we bring it to about there. Okay, that's fine. Right? And so you kind of like do scale perspective here and there. And you're like, okay, this is a good size. And the proportions can change based on the whole head. So if I have the head like this, right? That's good. If I have the head like this is also still probably fine. If I have the head like this is also good, but this is like a different type of like stylizing. If I have the head like this, different stylization as well, right? Not liking how it turned out. Oh, the question is in response to that, like how it turned out. I don't know. I'm more and more likely to just like kind of give up and try again. What's getting me here, I think, because I don't know necessarily what's wrong, but my guess is that everything is too squished together. Right? I think I put the nose too low, right? Because all of my body parts are all squished together. If I move the nose a little bit higher, I might be happier with it because it gives more room for the mouth and the chin and the jaw. Did I succeed in my guess? Kind of, right? I think I would do better with some puffier cheeks, so I can do that by opening up room on the line art here. Cool. A lot of this comes from just like experience, right? Giving up a lot. Pretty much. Give some more room on the head so the hair is taller. Could work. Reducing complexity on the form. Needs a little bit more volume. But now we're changing the shape fundamentally, right? Yeah, if you don't like it, give up. Try again, right? And have an exact plan for what you're going for it, right? So for example, the goats on the left here, they are, I was to break them down. We'd have the head shape. And it looks like they have, the eyes are around the bottom third of that. And then the mouth extends a little bit more. So I know that the eyes have to be in this zone. More or less. And I know that the eyebrows are going to be right here. And so the nose is going to be more or less right down the center. So when I say plan, I'm like, okay, I'm going to stick to these proportions. I'm going to try to hit these proportions, right? And so when I say have a plan, right? Because that's pretty vague, right? If your art isn't actually omniscient. Pattered my goat is washed. The immortal after all. Wait, what? What's going on? What's happening? Other than the fact that you guys are all finally realizing the thing I've been telling you from the beginning. So I'm saying give up. I'm not like saying, oh, don't ever try again, right? What I'm saying is you kind of started drawing without thinking, right? Because I will do that a lot. But I'm always, to say I start drawing without thinking is kind of a bad way to say it, right? Demotivated Springy is still a top 50 artist all time. What I'm trying to say is, you should go into it having a plan, right? If you go into saying, okay, my head shape is going to be like this, my eyes are going to be like the bottom half. Okay, that means that my eyebrows are going to be right around the middle, right? And that means that the mouth is going to be here-ish, right? I want you to then stick to that plan, right? So when you draw your character, you draw that half line, you're like, that's where the eyebrows are going to be. Okay, I draw my eyebrows. Cool, fantastic. Next, my eyes, they're gonna be like a third of the way down. They're going to fill up this space, right? So I'm going to fill up that space with the eyes. And then the mouth is in the bottom third, right? So we fill out the space down here with the mouth. Cool. I'm gonna add details. Put the ears in the same place as the other ones. Then we can put like hair and stuff or details in the top. And you want to fill up that space. Best as you can. Has passed tea? Has posed tea? Every once in a while, possessed. This is why I pray to Maha every day, to keep my soul safe from those thoughts. There's nothing wrong with trying again. But like, if your plan didn't work, then change up your plan. Okay, cool. Now that didn't quite work. So now instead of just like drawing a circle, I want to go ahead and add a rectangular block at the bottom. It's going to be about this big, right? 17% capacity. I'm going to say a half of the big circle. That's where the eyebrows are going to be. And then the space in between there is going to be where the eyes are. And let's add a nose to this character. And let's add a mouth to this character, right? So go to the side. Making my plan, right? Halfway is my eyebrows. Let me put my eyebrows in then. Right? They could also just be the eye ridge. Sounds fun. Right? Could be the eye ridge. And that lets you know where the eyes are going to go. Up and in. You might be thinking, okay, well, I haven't filled the space with the eyes, so I'm going to try again. Maybe the eye ridge needs to be bigger. Okay. And then we said the nose is going to be around this line. So let's put in the nose. No, baby boy. Maho wants food. And then we can put the mouth in here, in this line. Add details of the character. Right. Here's going to be on the same level. So if you don't like the way a character's coming out, you gotta try it again with proportions and stuff, right? I didn't need them to get the emotes. 100% keeping my stuff from going flat. Live, sweet little live. Here forever. Well, it's been 5 hours now, more or less. And so I'm looking at this and I'm like, man, I think I just made that too wide. So just come in here, right down the middle. I just shrink that, right? Lucky guess, right? I could take that and drag it until it's too close. I'm like, no, that's definitely not too wide, right? Cool, like that there. Maybe this eyebrow is not good. I don't like it. Right, and I find out, okay, maybe this eyebrow is the one that's too close. So I move that one. I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm thinking this nose needs to be fixed, right? Clean up some of the edges so that like the guidelines can get out of here now. And so from here, I start to make my guesses, my assumptions, my whatever I want to do, right? Important to flip the canvas. Think, okay, this is kind of lopsided on this side. Turns out it looks like this eye is a bit small and a bit tilted. Rotate it, pull it up. That had the effect of putting the ear too low on this side. So I make the ear a bit bigger. Put it back in place. Maybe I'll take this entire jawline here. Use a control transform. A little bit towards the center. My body wake up at 6 a.m. Oh no, that would not be good. Not if you've been awake all night. So what am I doing? I'm just kind of like teasing back and forth, picking the parts that I think might not like, so they don't give perspective or something or other. Top of the head was a bit square. Feel like maybe that nose isn't quite centered. The entire thing could still shift to the right a bit. Now it's just the ears that are different, right? And I'm not going to be too worried about if the ears are different or not. So yeah. The main thing is like if you don't know why something happened, right? Usually it's because you didn't go in with a plan. You didn't have proportions set up that you wanted to follow, or you didn't have like an idea of what you were trying to do. And that's fine. I love sketching with no goal in mind, right? But oftentimes when we get lost, we started without a map, and it'll be frustrating. And it's fine to be frustrated as long as you understand I'm in this position of frustration because I came into this without a plan. Oftentimes you'll see me do the sketches where I'll start with like an eye or something, and then I'll like build up the entire character from the eye, right? Where I'm like building up the anatomy and everything. And I come into this without a plan, without thinking or doing anything, because my goal is to kind of just draw my way out of it, right? Perceive myself, trying to see what I can draw, what I can make when I don't have any goal or idea of what I'm doing. So that in itself kind of becomes the plan, right? I'm trying to see how much I can push my own ability to see shapes and forms as I'm doing this, right? So I'm not going to get frustrated because the goal is almost to like try and fail. To get something that you like in a position where you don't really have any idea what you're doing. So I say like take things, move them, push them, fiddle them around, see what happens. I'm definitely leaning into this sort of like, I didn't have any idea what I was drawing as I was going into this. And so when something doesn't look right, I just try to fiddle around with it with a little bit of ink, see if I can come up with a different shape that would make me be like, oh, okay, now I see it, right? And that's why I recommend drawing with ink, right? Because once you are in this situation and you're like almost intentionally making yourself very frustrated because you're drawing these characters and you don't have any idea where you're going with it, and you're like, well, I thought I was going to do this, and now it's like a completely different thing, right? And you're drawing these sorts of like characters that are coming out of the page almost in their own life, right? It really helps you put into perspective like what is going on and kind of like piece together how you can solve the problem that isn't in a way that like erasing or whatever. So I figure drawing is also pretty good for this sort of thing, right? That's what I love about figure drawing is that it helps you really see a human form, even when a human form might not necessarily be there or was not intended to be there. It's really good for that. And it can maybe ease the frustration just a teensy bit. I think that's valuable advice because I'm definitely not at the level where I can just draw without construction or a solid plan. A lot of my failures just make sense in hindsight. Need to stop thinking of failure as the end or even necessity to be a bad thing. Exactly. It's not failure. It's just a way to not do it or whatever the quote is. It's not failure. It's a lesson on what not to do or something. But yeah. I think that's a good thing. There's no end in art. There is only what's it called? A new beginning. So I think all your drawings are pretty good. I like them all quite a bit. So I think they're all solid efforts. I couldn't tell you how to fix them because I don't really know if they need me fixing. Mostly because I don't really know what the starting project was, right? Could I use Mr. Streamer Man? Sure. You look good. I like them a lot. But yeah. I hope it didn't come off as I'm washed or whatever. I don't know why that was the discussion. But hope that makes a little bit more sense. Oh. I need to start drawing what I like and what I think looks cool and cute and stop comparing it to other stuff. Yeah. Right? Falling in love with your own art is the healthiest thing you can really do, I think. Because when you fall in love with your own art, you're not worried about whether or not it's going to look good or whatever. Again, I think as you've shown, that's just drawing, reviewing, and adjusting. That's why it's hard to be like, I can never go to someone and be like, oh yeah, I'm an artist, right? Because it always feels like they're going to ask me to draw something, right? And as you can see, that took me like an hour almost of just drawing like little doodles and stuff. In 4 hours, I haven't even finished one frame. So, you know, am I really an artist or am I just a poser? Is it all just big washed? Just the big wash. Same fear with like AI and stuff, because people are like, whenever I was watching you draw and it looked like shit and you posted this, I don't believe you did this. And it's like, buddy, it's an iterative process. Need to be washed in order to get clean. Yeah. Like, how do you explain to somebody that's like, yeah, well, listen, right? I know it didn't look like what I was streaming, but I also did work for like another 6 hours to make it look nice. I did a whole bunch of studies on the side. Maho desperately wants food. He's like, this injustice will not stand, father. I will tell them of the cruelties inflicted upon me. There will be a wrath falls upon thee, unlike that you have ever felt. He says these things. Can you believe that? He says that to his father. My art's better. What program do you use? ChatGPT? It's not like that. But, you know, there's some artists out there that are really fucking good with their muscle memory, and they can just grab some pen and they can just go pling, plam, plum, plam, plum, and in like 10 strokes, they have something that looks awesome, right? When I first started art, I had these naive ambitions of drawing all sorts of free commissions for all my friends and just creating infinite art. Then, as I'm growing and developing my skills, I'm noticing that it's kind of just not feasible, and I kind of feel bad. It's like I've changed, and maybe not for the better. Wonder if that ignorant little kid that didn't even know how to draw a box was correct, and I can't fathom having that perspective now. It's a valley, right? You start here with the hope, and then you realize, oh my god, it takes me forever to do anything. And then you get out to the top at the level of Peter Han, and you're just like, yeah, I can just draw whatever I want. Pen and ink right there. Right now, you're probably like somewhere here. I hope that I am somewhere here at the very least. But I don't know, right? It depends on how you're making your money, right? Because I draw a lot of free art on this channel, right? People will have the characters, people like all that stuff. I draw a lot of free art. Peter Han is an American artist and cartoonist who follows much in the same style of Kim Jung-gi, in the sense that they are, how do I say this? They focus their entire drawing personality, I guess. They're like style. If you were to say like martial art of figure drawing or whatever, or just drawing, is really focused around perspective and construction and technical draftsmanship. So they're very good, especially if you want to learn to draw from a very technical perspective. I would guess Kim Jung-gi, but I think Kit has someone else in mind, maybe? Kim Jung-gi is my goat. Few years too early. I agree with that. I think you should always strive to keep the part of you alive that really wanted to do art, right? And if the part of you that really wanted to do art was to draw free art for friends, then yeah, that's great. But you got to make sure you're not getting taken advantage of, right? I think the head is too big. Yeah, the head is too big. What are the ears looking like? I feel like I could make them a little bit larger. Get away with that. Drawing for a decade. Wait, what? What's going on? Kubo for me needs to be baked in the oven real long. A few years too early, and he's been drawing for a decade already. Yeah, time kind of flies. What's this? The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is now. Start now, right? 1 decade is enough. I'm occasionally, please, not that much. Yeah, I'm not talking about doodles. More so the idea of commissions. High quality pieces that bring idea. Oh yeah, for sure. Reply with "oh nice." What do you mean? Wait, which part is "oh nice"? What did I respond to with "oh nice"? Maybe that's me being entitled. I don't know. Low-key feel like I'd have to charge them full price. Class had sprung. I have an idea, but I don't remember what I replied to "oh nice" with. My non-art friends. Oh, yeah. So the problem here, right, is that, so let me give you a chart, right? This is effort, right? And this is reaction, right? That's not how you spell reaction at all. What the hell? Reaction, right? If you put a lot of effort into a piece, right? And we can say that your effort goes down this way, right? And their reaction is like this, right? Bye. Falling so slow, little tiny shells, ting on the phone. Little soldier boy comes marching home. Brave soldier boy comes marching home. So this is the ideal place, right? If you do a piece and it's here, right, where your effort is way high, right? And their reaction is really low, you feel bad, right? And if you put in no effort at all and their reaction is super high, you're kind of just like, really? You're not sad, but you're just kind of like, really? So that means there is like this sweet spot where you put in a lot of effort and you get just the right reaction and you're really happy, right? That means that something needs to change, right? You cannot control their reaction, right? What you can control is the effort, right? So this right here, this is the zone that we want to maximize to this. So what we can do is we can equalize our efforts. So our effort goes down and on the high end, it goes up, right? So you kind of always have this like, maybe it's not like the exact same, right? Where you're doing like this, right? You never want to give no effort because that won't make you feel good, right? But also putting in a ton of effort every time and getting no reaction is not what I would recommend. I recommend lower the average effort, right? So how do we lower the average effort? With time and practice. You guys are so impressed when I sit here and I draw circle, circle, circle. You're like, wow, how does he do that? It's a wizard. Get him. Like, beat him up. Fucking kill him with hammers. Stop that. All right? I have put in a lot of time in practice. Circles. I have put in a lot of time in practice to doing that, right? For me, my effort to make those circles. Like, you guys gotta stop making me laugh. For me to like do circles like that with very little effort took a lot of time and practice. But you guys are all very impressed at it, right? Fan art of the circles. Stop. And so if your goal is to make a fully commissioned piece, right? You are going to need to put effort into perspective, right? You're going to need to put effort into anatomy, right? You're going to need to put effort into lining, right? You're going to need to put effort into colors, right? Color theory. Right? You're going to need to put effort into composition, right? I make a thumbnail, right? And the character is like, I don't fucking know. she's like this, right? And so I have this like very diagonal splits. And so I go in with the background and I am like, okay, very diagonal splits. That's cool, whatever. To have like a regular black and white composition. That's, fuck me, I'm on the wrong. So I'm blocking in all these spaces because I'm going to use them. And so I come in with bam, 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 right? This composition style, and I'm like, okay, well, we can do a little bit more with this. We can drag out some like lights. It can be symbolic, right? Narratively speaking, the character might be important for something, right? I'm bringing a lot of attention to the focal point, right? With the arms that are coming this way, and then these light beams that are coming this way out of this. So the head is the focal point. So maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to, what's it called? Take this, and I'm going to get a gradient. Where's my gradient? Here we go. So now we have this additional complexity of the lower side is going to get brighter, right? So we have this thumbnail that took like what, 10 minutes for me to make. It's got a pretty good composition. It has some idea behind all this stuff. Like all of this took me less time than someone who's just beginning art because I have more time and practice. Look at that perfectly. Interesting eyebrows. Now that I'm thinking about it, how can I ever learn to love my art when I go into social media and I'm constantly bombarded by artists? 10 times better than me. How does that work? On social media? I need the dopamine. There is a perfectly good way to do this, right? When you go onto other artists, right? You're comparing, okay, they do this better than me. They do this better than me. They do this better than me, right? I want you to bluff yourself. I want you to pretend to yourself, right? I am an amazing artist. I am a great artist. When I see these pieces of art, I'm going to acknowledge that they are beautiful and awesome. And then I'm going to think to myself with my great artist brain that I have, I'm going to think, what would I have done differently? Assuming you have all the same skills and all the same ability, what would you have changed about the composition? What would you have changed about the color? What would you have changed about this, that, or the other, right? Now, all of a sudden, you have some agency in what you would have changed, what you would have done differently with this character that you really loved and you inspired by, right? It might not help 100%, but what it's going to do is it's going to open up this realm of like, they are prohibitively better than me, to these people are human beings with thoughts and opinions and preferences. And those thoughts and opinions and preferences are different than mine. And they have more practice and time in certain things. But if I had all the time and practice that they did, what would I change? What would be my preference instead? If you want to do these really awesome, fully compositional pieces for free for your friends, like I did with Swarm, like I did with Bumble, like I have trying to do with this animation thing that I'm doing, what you need to do is lower the amount of time and effort it takes to do these things. Because if you have a huge overbearing weight of expectation put on this because you spent 2 months working on this compositional piece and you give it to them and they say, oh, nice, that is going to break you. That's going to crush you. You can't let that happen, right? You need to acknowledge the fact that the human psyche is very weak, right? Acknowledge the fact that you're a weak person and be as kind as you can to yourself. All people are weak, right? Everyone is weak somewhere, right? Especially with the things that we love. So we need to be kind to ourselves and we need to be protective to ourselves to an extent. Don't try to be like so protective that you don't let anything enter the sphere, because if you do that, then you fall down a very different rabbit hole, and that's just very unrealistic, right? You want to start breaking down, because if you put time and practice into these things and break down their art, right, it starts to, like Kit said, demystify their perfection, right? I'm a weak monkey without a tail. You do. You have anxiety. It's okay. We all do. You want to be able to say, okay, I'm going to get to a point where it's going to take me 1 week to get a full colored composition, right? What am I going to sacrifice, right? Am I going to sacrifice accuracy of lines? Am I going to sacrifice gradients? Am I going to sacrifice these things? It doesn't matter. If your goal is to get like a full colored piece, get to a full colored piece within a week. If it's taking you too long, make cuts, right? Cut the line art, right? Just make certain parts of the sketch better than others, right? If the sketch isn't getting there, cut that, whatever. For the background, it's not going, grab a different like picture, right? Put it on there and trace the background and then color that in the same way, right? If your goal is to make like full compositional pieces for your friends easily, and you don't want to worry about the reaction that they're going to give, don't put as much effort into it. Because with time and practice, all that disk space that was being used, right? You have all of this, oh my God, oops. All of this disk space that was being used to hold anatomy, right? Is being used to hold color theory, right? It's like, it's all full, right? It's just full to the brim. You can't fit another thing on here if you tried, right? Eventually those boxes will get quite small. And it'll take less time to load them up. And you can do more in less time, with less practice and less experience. Have faith that the time and practice will get there, and keep that part of you that made you want to draw art alive, right? Happened to me, I made fan art for someone for their book, made a reference sheet yet, so I was imagining how the character looked and like, oh cool. And it sucked because I loved it. Still one of my favorite drawings. They kind of tainted it. It is. And everyone's gonna run into that fault. And it's not really the fault of the other person, right? Because we're putting a lot of expectations on them that they are not aware of, right? But it doesn't feel genuine to say, hey, I put a lot of time and effort into this and it would really make my day if you really like this. No one wants to say that, because then it makes it feel whatever. It doesn't matter what they say after that. It'll feel hollow. It'll feel like you made them do that, right? Yeah, don't worry. You will get there, right? I sat here and I drew like 3 little scrunglies, right? 3 little scrungles. And on top of like 4 different sketches with like wild anatomy, right? I didn't used to be able to do that. I didn't used to be able to do that at all. You'll get there eventually. You'll get there eventually. But it takes time and practice. And the more you practice one thing, the easier it becomes. My muscle memory is much better than it was 10 years ago, right? I don't have to draw the same line 700 times to get it the way that I want to, right? My ability to see volumes in perspective is much better than it was 5 years ago, right? Better than 2 years ago. Now it's really easy for me to draw, bam, a cube, just without thinking about perspective, and then follow it up with maybe a cylinder in the same perspective, right? Of course, I'm always happy to help. I believe in you guys so much. You don't understand. I think that all of us together, we can all complete and do the art that we want. I think it's just a matter of time, practice, and patience, and community. Oh no, I got the long one. Of course. Be kind to yourself, right? Be good to yourself, right? Draw in ink. It'll help you feel less attached. And draw things that move in ink, right? Do figures in ink. Do all these things, right? What's the point? It doesn't matter if you can't erase it anyway, right? Just keep going, go fast. Eventually it will look better and nicer. And you'll be paying attention the whole way. That being said, I only managed to finish one frame this time, and last time I did 2. So we're definitely on a downward spiral. As far as like frames go, I haven't even lined these. This is all part of like me going all the way through. I gotta line these because none of these are lined. They're kind of just like sketches. Now, some of these at the end are nicer sketches than usual, so I probably don't really need to line them. I can just raise the opacity to 100. But like those beginning ones, I definitely need to line. To clean up the sketch, I guess, is so to speak. You finish, well, and we keep distracting you. Oh, it's fine. Listen, you guys are more important than a silly drawing. If I really needed to finish this, I'd do it off screen or something, right? Like I did with the study I did on Saturday. I really wanted to finish it, couldn't finish it yesterday, finished it last night. Whew. All right, I'm going to feed Maho, walk Maho, and then probably send out some more emails to like DC and Marvel and see if they'll accept me for my pencils. All right. Thank you all so much for coming. I always appreciate having y'all's time. I appreciate seeing all of you guys, and I love seeing how all of you guys are growing. You're doing fantastic, Turtle, with your what's the word? Geometric shapes. Yeah, Teak looks really cool, and I think it's in large part because of how much you're focusing on the geometric shape of it. So good work. It looks lovely. Kit, I think that your emotes look fantastic the way they are. There's some of them that are a bit static, by your own admission. They're like, you didn't use static, you used bloated, right? I think it might be that you're trying to emphasize the cheek a bit too much, maybe? But I like them the way they are. Especially the rainbow dash is a lot of fun. I think that one's really cute. The Snufkin's also adorable, and so is the Sleepy's worm. I didn't give that one enough love. I love that one a lot. And T, you need to take out the trash and also do some more drawings, because I'm not seeing as many drawings from you. I'm watching you. Okay, good night. You guys are all awesome. Mm-hmm.